How's everyone doing? Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let's see, how is our bitrate doing? Bitrate, don't fail me. It looks to be garbage. Are we dropping? We're not dropping. Okay, okay. So you guys are gonna have to help me out. You guys are gonna have to help me out. Let me tell you. We got our work set out for us. You guys have got to get me. I'm just joking, by the way. Oh, so if you're not a partner, then they have like a cap on your bitrate. And for 2K to work, I have to skirt that cap. So they get a little fussy with me. Because like technically at 5,900 kilobytes per second, I'm a little too low for a nice, smooth, high quality 4K or 2K stream. It's fine. It's fine. But I can't go above that until I'm a partner. So if I go above it, it gets really weird because then it just shows a 1080p stream or 720. It shows a 720. It's very weird. It's very weird. Let's get into today's stuff. Got to be productive tonight. All right. Let's see. Oh, let's post that we're going live. Let's post. Okay. So April 19th, I think, is going to be... I'm probably not going to stream the day before the April 19th because I'm probably going to be out in California. I think we're going to have a lot of fun, though. Putting together a stream collab with people that I work with who are much smarter and should be really educational. Should be really educational and informative. So I'm really excited about it. All right, where were we? Okay, so we have gotten the front. Actually, we've gotten pretty far. This is pretty good. Let's API. We're gonna need to work on the API a little bit. So I think we're gonna have to do a little bit of coding tonight, not just DevOps. But check this out, nullcloud.io. Oh, I have Dark Reader on with a dark theme. Look, you don't need a dark reader for the null cloud because, well, it comes standard with a dark mode. Flashbang. Okay. Yeah, it's looking good, and a lot of the reason it's looking good is not because of me. Just to be clear, one of you guys from the community was like, "Dang, Merrick sucks at front end. I could do a better job," and then proceeded to do a better job. And I was like, all right, yeah, you win. I wanted to put the gopher there, but you know what? I don't get to say that. You win. All right. So last Tuesday, we got this all deploying automatically to production. So basically, or to stage. Technically, what we have for production right now, we consider stage. So technically what we have as production is stage, and it deploys automatically to it. So if you go and check out the code and you're able to get a PR, if you're able to get a PR into the front end, it automatically gets deployed to our staging. through GitOps, which is pretty awesome. So not only can we track down what code and who triggered the changes and what triggered the changes, our deployment is described in Git. It's pretty fantastic. It's pretty fantastic, and I love it. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about the Gopher. We're gonna have to talk about the Gopher, but it's okay for right now. It's not actually live. I mean, it is live, but I mean, have fun with it. The backend isn't deployed. This is just like effectively the static content that you can use. So yeah, go for it. But yeah, so we got that working, and what we want to do is yeah, I need to do the two-factor authentication. I made the new account, the non-sudo. So like I have my sudo account, my non-sudo account needs to enable two-factor authentication. But we need to deploy the backend now. And to be clear, these are the front ends. We support any backend code that you can run and compile in theory. The first ones we're supporting are Go, Rust, and JavaScript as far as backend projects. I know, I'm not supporting all of them. The front ends, as long as they can be statically compiled, we support any of them. Which is cheating, I realize, is cheating. But it is what it is. All right, let's dig into it. Now, the other thing that we need to do is there's a backend API that's not working currently. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so to debug this, let's see. We're on our okay. Config, use context, and then we need the kind cluster. Good. Now we can run tilt up. Let's get back here. Tilt up. Beautiful. One thing that we don't do in our production that I know needs to be added is the deployment of kpack. So we might get to do some YAML. Oh yeah, I know, everybody's favorite. Everybody came today to watch me do some YAML. All right, tilts up. Ooh, you guys should let me know if this affects stream. I'm hoping that tilt going up right then did not just do what it normally does to stream when it rebuilds. Did it get bad? Oh man, I just canceled tilt. Sweet. So maybe my new internet is good enough to not get bogged down. So what would happen is basically it would go and build all the containers, and when it was pulling all the stuff from like Go, it would lag the stream hard. Okay, so we're up and running. So the complaint was that this API was not working. Oh. Actually, let's check out our pull requests. Oh, this is in the front end. I actually wanted the back end stuff. Adding 10. I believe there was a pull request here too. Awesome. Maybe we're past the nightmare of using tilt causes my stream to suck. I won't get my hopes up, but yeah, this looks good. Put my LGTM there. LGTM. Let's merge that crap. All right, we're up to date. Cool. Okay, so now what we want to do is actually tilt up. It's going to rebuild all the containers. We'll see if stream lags. This will be the real test because it will build all of them. Got these done real quickly. That was disgusting. We didn't have any drop frames, so I think we're good. I think we're solid. Okay. Now that that's up, we can post here. Cool. Now, this was the thing that shouldn't be done. If we have a new user, they can't actually post to the new user because they get blocked by the new user request. Okay, we can fix this. This is easy. Can we fix it? We can. Let's see. We'll go to user. Trying to think of how to go. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Yep. This is the right layer of the keyboard. Where are we going? This is not where we wanted to be at all. We wanted to be in the middlewares. So, I mean, Cypher, the backend is in majorly Go. Yeah. That being said, though, I don't actually like the Gopher only because, like, this isn't a thing for Go. I mean, it's for whatever you want to run. It's going to run your application. As long as it's code that compiles, in theory, we should support it. We don't support everything at this point, but in theory, we should support it. So this gives off the wrong impression, in my opinion. Go's not my favorite. It's not my least favorite. I like Go more than many in my community like Go. I think that yeah, I like Go more than I think some in my or a lot of people in my community do. Now that being said, there are some things I might rewrite of it that are currently in Go that might end up being in Rust eventually. But yeah. Are there any docs? So hopefully here soon, yes. I mean, we just got the website going. We got to get the doc side of that going too, don't we? Here soon there's going to be a video about it for you all to watch. Have you started using the new Kickstarter? No, I haven't started using the new Kickstarter. It's on my list of things to do. I just haven't had the time. I want to start using the new Kickstarter. Yeah, I want to. This one kind of works well enough for me. I know that there's things that we want to improve, or I want to improve, that I know just by my use of it so far. How do we want to do this? So okay, so yeah, users doesn't get this check off, right? This new user middleware check. So it shouldn't be getting this, right? Because users aren't getting this. Am I missing something? Users doesn't get middleware. So most of these we do add middlewares, which adds all of our middlewares, which are just these 3. But for this one, we specifically didn't do that. Did we accidentally do it somewhere up in the chain? So V1, we didn't add. Let's, I guess we'll just search for that. V1. Nothing on use. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Did we do not that one. Next. Nothing on next. Okay. What's up, YouTube? How are you guys doing? How's my YouTube club doing? You guys aren't playing Apex Legends, are you? Better stop playing Apex Legends. I know you guys are a Fortnite group. Ooh, just as an update on that, Easy Anti-Cheat has said it's not them. So you're safe playing Fortnite. Oh, wait a second. That's not what we say here, is it? That's not this. That's not this. This isn't me. I was just reading this, and I think that this might be somebody else that contributed. User is not found in the database. I would never leak this information. I think this is actually part of the code that we just looked at. That somebody was saying fix this. I would not say that it's not found in the database. That is what's happening. I just don't generally give out that information. It's an internal thing because they need to do the okay. We need to look for this. This is oh, I bet you I know where. I know where. We have another middleware that actually checks this. Dumb off. I know, great name. Where could you drop Fortnite TikTok so that I would see it? Probably any. You'd have to get them. I'm probably not clicking on a TikTok at all. It's a pain on my home network because it's not allowed on my home network. So like, seeing a TikTok is more difficult than you might imagine. Although on this computer, it's probably would be acceptable. Second. I just probably would not feel the desire of clicking on it. Like you'd have to get me to click on it somehow. That's going to be the challenge part. Tricking me into thinking of clicking on it is probably going to be the second part. This is where I thought it was going to be. Let's just search for this grep. Ooh, I don't know that I can grep, or I don't know that I know how to paste it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. We got it. I can paste. I think it wasn't working when I first tried it. Thank you, Scott, for a very appropriate use of our emojis. Makes me happy. I didn't even think people knew they existed. We have a sad AI, which is pretty awesome. We have, did you guys ever watch The Hunger Games? There's the Mockingjay salute. We have an AI one. AI Mockingjay salute. It has 7 fingers. It has 7 fingers. That's the key. All right. Now we just have to find this thing. Yank that. Grep for this. Yeah, it's in the dumb auth. Called it. It was just hidden behind this. Okay. So dumb auth is going to check this. But dumb auth shouldn't be on this path. Right. I think that's a true correct statement. Have you used the new chat overlay mode on mobile? Not sure what that means. Like, is that a Discord thing, or what are we talking about? Oh, Twitch? Twitch on mobile? Is that like, do they have an app? Is there an app? Hey, look, there is a Twitch app. No, I haven't tried it. All right. What are we doing? Okay, so I realize what's happening here. This is not the... Are you okay over there? She responded with yes. She's okay. Okay, so the problem is this is not the it's not the thing that I thought it was, which again, we kind of realized that it wasn't. So what's happening is this is our really, really dumb auth, which all our auth does is say, hey, whatever your user ID is, are you trying to access a resource that is the same, controlled by that user ID? So, we have resources in the backend, so your compute, your whatnot, all of those things are resources and they're tagged by an owner. And so this is just saying whatever, it's really dumb auth. There's much more sophisticated auth that we can do. We will do it eventually. But for right now, that's our auth is basically just that. But what is happening is this doesn't have a resource. So I think the solution is anything that doesn't have a resource for our dumb auth, we'll just ignore. So if it's not trying to and the reason it goes to the database is because, well, it's trying to find what that person owns. So it's trying to get their organizations and their resources to see if it's one that they own. So I think the easy solution to this, there's two easy solutions. There's one, remove this from the user controller, make it its own controller. I don't love that because we've kept one controller per database. So this is the user database as well. The user table. I don't love that. So I think what we'll do is just... Can I make this a little bit larger? Is that a little small? Check that out. That's going to be easier for you guys. Okay. I think what we'll just do is... we'll check... We're going to do these earlier. And we'll do user ID. Not this. We're going to check if it's in the path. Vars, yeah. And if both of these are... Let's see. If org ID or if either of those are empty strings. Actually, we have to do one at a time. This will be better anyways. Let's do one at a time. Right button to press. Oh, I nailed it. I'm getting used to them. Actually, no. AI was right. Let's go back. There we go. If neither of these exist, there's nothing to check off. We can just continue, right? We can just continue from here because yeah. Let's do this with an early return. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I think it's like the autocomplete decides something and I hit return to do like a new line and it decides to do the autocomplete instead. It's very weird. Very strong skill issue, I'm assured. I'm told. Okay, so this I think should solve our problem. It's getting deployed to our local cluster. As soon as this is done, I feel like we should be able to optimize this. All right, I got Twitch on my device. So I feel like we should be able to optimize this. I haven't actually looked into it. For the last couple of years, I've only really cared about production containers and not development containers. I feel like a lot of this is rebuilding a lot of the same stuff, and we should have intermediates. If we were running locally, we would have intermediates. So I feel like, now again, this is getting deployed into a container, so maybe this is just impossible with Tilt. I need to look into it because I feel like it should be faster than it is. Done. Didn't work. That's okay. These are nil. These are nil. Perfect. Let's check nil instead of an empty string. I hate nil. And this would really be and. We're looking for both of these things to be true, right? Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. What did I miss? I missed something. Upstart user. Yep. Serve user. Maybe this is not what it was complaining about. I feel like this is not what it was complaining about because these can't be nil. Because they're just strings. They're not string. What we need to do, because I didn't do this. This is what you need to do. This is user ID. And this is org ID, is org ID. All right. All right. Okay, and I guess we've only actually been checking org IDs, so we'll just ignore that one. Or actually, we'll just ignore this one, right? And now these can be. Oh, these are bulls. Okay. Cool. That's true. So we can just check if this is not, and then this is, and this is. All right. Yeah, this is a Go idiom. It's not a good idiom. It's a Go idiom. Basically, you can deconstruct these, but if you only access the one, you just kind of access it, but it will. This is one of the reasons why I have stopped liking Go nearly as much, is because of crap like this. Like, I still like Go because it's very simple for people to get up on compared to Rust. And when you're trying to get a team of people, I know you can be like, oh, only get the best, but can you actually hire all the best? And it's not even hiring the best, it's how fast they can get up and actually be productive. It is stuff like this that makes me dislike Go more and more. Because like it shouldn't have allowed me to do what I did. But it's okay. We died again. Okay. Upsert user in wait. What line in upsert user? User.go a 164. Okay, so this is getting past our little thing now, which is fine. And this is another error. 164. Cool. So what is this doing? Okay, so we wanted to make really quick and simple dumb auth. And so basically, if you go to delete somebody else's application, the application's ID is or that resource is stored under your organization name. And so if you go to delete it, it will see if you are in charge of that org. That's why it's just dumb auth. It's really, really dumb. It's just seeing if the request has an org, like if the RESTful resource is owned by you or not. And if there's no resource that's being owned by that call, it doesn't need to do anything. Because that's what it was doing, is it was doing something on something that doesn't have any resource that's owned by it. That's the idea behind it. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not perfect or good. It's why it's literally called dumb auth. Dumb auth Z because it's dumb. I knew that if I let you guys out with this and it didn't have some sort of auth, that would go poorly quickly. It's not great auth. It's just very, very basic. Maybe I should have called it basic auth. Because that's what it is. All right. Did I not send email? I did send email. This is wrong, right? This is getting it all from the context. How was I sending this? Wasn't it? I mean, this was working. All right, I have no idea how this ever worked. ID is the only correct thing coming from that. I don't know why I was using context or how that was working. I would have had to shove the stuff in the context. And I'm just not sure, A, how this ever worked, and or why I ever did it this way. Okay, let's just delete this. Does anybody here remember? Why would I have shoved this in the context? I'm just gonna say no. I deleted too much. Okay, there we go. Woo, woo. All right. Let's do this. Nope, not that. This. Done. Done. I'm getting used to the curly braces. I'm getting used to it. No, not. Oh no. Oh no, what did I? I'm a dum-dum. Switching between too much Rust, too much Go. All right, now that we have that, we can jump over here, run this. Yep, yep, yep. Parse request. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Looking good, looking good. Okay, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Write that error, return. Oh, no. Return, okay. I'm liking it. Watch this, I'm gonna do that because I need practice doing that. All right, cool beans. And now we can upsert with this. New user.name, yes, 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 that's what we want. New user.email, yes, please. And yes. Okay, what does write error? Yeah, I have no idea what function. Oh, you know what they're trying to do was this. They saw us doing this. Like this. Uh-huh. But we don't import it above. We can do that. Instead, we can just do the regular thing, which I'm good with. I don't need a let's see. You do $$ paste? Yeah, okay. That almost worked. Almost. Wait, why is this unreachable? I don't believe you. Oh, you were just hiccuping. That's okay. We all hiccup every once in a while. I hope not, Cypher. If I had middleware parsing the body and stuffing it into the context, I deserve to be slapped. I deserve to be slapped on stream. I don't know. Did I do it? Maybe. Maybe I did it. The worst part about the worst part of open source. So the AI, let's see. The AI came up with this new function. Just want to make sure that I didn't write something like I haven't touched this for a while. Came up with this new function to parse. That's cool. That's cool. I was kind of hoping it existed. This seemed nice. All right, we're gonna have to parse this like the actual normal way. All right, let's just delete this error. Let's see how much we have to type before it starts to... There we go. We just needed the J. We just needed the J. That was all. That was all we needed was the J. It was hallucinating before that, but we got the J. We're good. We're good. Sometimes the AI is so dumb. Also, I must have just typed this. I hate that you looked this up, and I hate that I did that. Oh, because I was testing. I still hate that I did that. That probably was not the best way to test. You know, I found sometimes, like, okay, you're having, like, a brain fart on stream, and it can be really tempting to do something bad to just test something, because your brain has just all of a sudden locked up. And on stream, it's worse, because then you're like, oh, no, is there anybody looking? And then you're like, oh, no, there's at least 8 people watching. And there's, like, this really simple thing that I want to do, and I'm just forgetting how to do an if statement. And then it's downhill from there. And then you do something stupid like that commit that you found. And I hate that you found it. And I hate doing open source now. Don't do open source. Thanks for posting the link for everybody to see. Thank you, Cypher. You made my day. Okay, let's see. This is not a bad status request. Let's see. What type of error is this? No, this is a bad request. Sorry. I just deleted this for no reason. 100% is a bad request. Don't send that crap here. All right, we'll wait for that to build. It's so weird because, like, I have a ton of knowledge in certain aspects. You want to make a gRPC service in Go? I'm much more comfortable than a REST. I've never actually made a REST. No, that's not true. I haven't. No, that is true. I've never actually made a REST interface in Go. I know, surprising. Do you know what would be easier to make this work if I just hard-coded all of this stuff in the back end? I think that would be the right thing to do here. Forget these hard problems. Oh, dude, yes. I love gRPC. I love gRPC. This looks wrong to me. Did I accidentally delete the location? Did I accidentally delete this? That is not its full location, though. Let's see. Users, apps. Yeah, apps. What is this? Okay, that sells me right there. Reinventing the API client. We use a plain text markup language and it's not JSON. I don't know. That's rough. Why not JSON? I know it's verbose, it's ugly, it's antiquated, but it's also just JSON. So is it just simple JSON? It looks like Jason and YAML had a baby. It looks like Jason and YAML had a baby. Like, put curly braces in in YAML. And okay, this isn't terrible. This isn't terrible. But I mean, I'm sure they probably had a reason to do it. I know Jason is like less human readable, or maybe, I don't know, whatever. All right, this is done. Let's see, can this work? Does this work? Unauthorized. I need to go look at this API. Man, I haven't touched this code in forever. Shame on me. All right, let's see. We want to post a new app. Okay, at least we're not all right, what did we say? Unauthorized? Is that really unauthorized? Missing token in the header. I didn't add the token in the header. Yeah. We should do this with like some sort of variable probably, but oh. So right now, every single time it restarts, it wipes out the database. So you have to send this every single time that you ever restart it. No, not new. Oh, wait. I'm guessing that I have a mismatch between the new user call. Check this out. New user. Am I a dum-dum? No, I'm not a dum-dum. I am a dum-dum. I'm passing this user ID. This is dumb. Okay, let's go fix this. It should come from my token. JWT. Let's go. Oh, that's what I did here. So ID, when we insert into the database, should be our ID. That's coming from that token. We use the same token, this one. Yeah. The same. That's the same token. There could be a problem with our query. I'm not a bun expert. All right. So it was this that's denying it. This. Let's see. %I. The %I is in the logs. What a fantastic logging message. Yeah, this print line doesn't need it. Let's make this just less terrible. And this is succeeding, right? Oh, it is rebuilding now. It is rebuilding. We actually have a logging middleware that we really should use. Yes. The issue with logging middleware is that logging middleware doesn't work in middleware always, because I think it should be one of the first. We should check though. All right, so we should run this, check out what happens. Oh, this is failing. Wait. I thought it Oh, it's returning a 400. Okay. You know what? This is fine. I did not look at the... It's green. I thought it would be red. It's green. Thank you for making me think that it just worked. All right, what did you not like? Let's make this a little larger for you all. All right. Error parsing request. Invalid character A in a literal null. In literal null. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to unpack this. Invalid character A in literal null. Expecting a U, not an A. We all expect A's, and sometimes we get F's, sometimes we get U's. It happens. It happens. I don't understand this message. I think this is my logging message. So let's go to 175. I have no idea what's going on there. Uh, 175. Error parsing request. Okay. Okay. And then we just throw the error in there, and that error is super helpful. Invalid character A in literal. In literal null. You know what I'm wondering? First, let's not send that because that's a dumb one. And then we had name, email. There was another one, newsletter consent. Why would this be the JSON value? Oh my gosh. Is it newsletter? Newsletter is one word, right? Newsletter is one word? I gotta look this up. Is newsletter one word? Okay, it's one word. It's kind of what I was thinking it was, so let's not do this. This also looks kind of wrong. Newsletter is funky. Newsletter is funky. All right, let's see. How do you? We'll just send this and let's see. Oh, let's do newsletter. Where's our, oh, we're just searching for the word newsletter. That's why I added the newsletter consent. I don't know. I've actually never seen this. Invalid character A in literal null. And it's saying that it's looking for the in. I've never seen this bad. Makes me feel like I screwed something up. No. No. Let's see another one. I hope that I don't have to do a read all. I don't think you have to do this. I don't remember ever doing this. You could read all the bytes, but I've just always passed it to byte or to the JSON. Yeah, this is ugly. We could do the unmarshal if we wanted to. Yeah, we can log it. That's a good call. Good call. Let's do that. Either this is not JSONifying, which I don't know how, let's see. It's this. Which, you know what? I'm thinking I'm not actually sending this up as JSON, am I? I'm sending this up as a form. So this might be my bad. The body is an X, form, form URL encoded. So let's Google that, because I think that's my mistake. Let's see. Yeah. It does not like that. Look at that. This error, though. I mean, what is this? I guess this is the URL encoded junk. It's not JSON. Okay, well. Let's fix this. Let's do this. So since we're doing that, we can actually just do this simpler, right? So we can just do like new name. Yeah, I think we should just be able to do form value. So I just led us down a super wrong path for kicks and giggles. Kicks and giggles. I think this should work. Let's see. I can't do a bull with that, can I? How do I get a bull from this? I don't want to compare strings. That sounds terrible. How do you encode this properly? JSON parse it? Oh, no. No. Because this is how a form is going to send it up, right? How does... we could just submit with a fetch API and just upload it as a JSON blob. Oh, I don't know what the right thing to do. I feel like I'll get yelled at for not using the form. What? Let's ask ChatGPT. Bet chat knows. Let's see. Golang true to bool true. Yeah, you gotta use string converter. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I hate it. I hate it. Absolutely hate this library. One of the worst. Okay, I think I'll just get rid of this. Let's see. What we'll do is this. Actually, I don't care what the error is. I'll assume that if I can't parse it, they don't want a newsletter. The default will be let no. That's not what I wanted at all. I was gonna say let this equals false. Actually, this is probably good. No, that doesn't make the default false, does it? This doesn't make the default false. So what we'll do is, yeah, we'll just do this. No, I mistyped. Nope, let is a Rust thing. You're right. Oh my gosh. Actually, and this is a Rust thing. We'll just do this. And you can use var. You can use var, but this is the canonical way of doing that. We do care about error here. All right. Mohammed, how are you doing? All right. Done. Let's wait for this to build. I've been working on the morning stream. I've been super busy, and so I haven't done a morning stream, Mohammed. I know. Good call, Cypher. You got it. Let is not a you can do var. So you can do something like var my thing is a bool. This is declaring it but not setting it. That's not what I wanted to do. I was just being oh no. I don't want to write it. I don't want to write what I did. Okay. Let's post that. New user, new application. All right. All right. Only a few bugs. Only a few bugs. Are there any difference between let and var? Well, in Go, yes, let doesn't exist, var does. In Rust, let exists and var doesn't. So it depends on whether you write both languages. Oh, now if we're talking about JavaScript, there's const, there's let, and there's var. I think in general, in JavaScript, you shouldn't use let anymore. Now I'm cooking with gas now. Yeah. I did just exit out of my whole thing, but that was. This keyboard is still killing me. I'm learning to use this very small keyboard, and so I mistype things. Semi-consistently. Right. Wait, did I say it backwards? My bad. Stop using var. Right. Use let and const. var can do some pretty crazy things. It's kind of like Python. One of the reasons I hate Python or Ruby is you never really know what something is scoped to. And it can get crazy. It can get very difficult to know what a thing is. Very crazy. Anyways, in Go, you don't use var very much. In Rust, you use let all the time, but they don't have the inverse. And I was just being dumb and writing let in Go code because I actually haven't written Go for 2 months now because we've been writing a lot of Rust recently and loving it. Okay, so we were going back to users. No, this was the user's working. Wait, we were working on the user. Did the worker? Yeah. User's working now. Now we got to go to the application and get this working. Okay. Yeah. We're cooking with gas. Cool. And now we're going to do this, and it's going to fail. And we're going to get a nice. No, we didn't get a nice thing. Okay, so most likely this means that I'm not hitting the route properly. That's. It's just post to apps, right? Okay, let's check this out. All right. Alacrity is good. So I actually have Alacrity, and I use it sometimes. As far as terminal goes. I'm using WesTerm right now because I think in the future it will do some things that I like, but I don't actually use them, so I don't get any benefit over something like Alacrity. Alacrity is one of my favorite. WesTerm's also one of my favorite. Solid. You can't go wrong with them. All right, let's see. So we're just handling this right here. This one right here. Which should just be straight on post. I believe we can actually see that if we look through the logs. Whenever it starts up, it accepts post. And that's what we're doing. This is apps. We're posting straight to it. We are, throwing it all in params for some reason instead of the body. I don't know. Past Merrick made some weird choices. Made some weird choices. Now, this was working, so I feel like let's not change this because this was parsing this data. We might change it in the future because this is kind of dumb. What was our error? Oh, no, we weren't getting an error. It wasn't doing anything. It's like, it's not actually... let's see. Viewing console. Socket hung up. I hate it when they hang up. It's so rude. So rude. Cypher, why do you say Westterm is superior? No, the app didn't get it. I'm actually just asking. I like Westterm. I don't, at this point, I don't use any of its like built-in features because I know that it can do multiplexing built in, which is cool and one of the things I want to use in the future. But because I don't use that at this point, like it's the same-ish. Built-in terminal multiplexing, right. But I don't use it right now. So if you're not using Tmux, I don't find much of a difference. Oh, okay. So yeah. And that's fair. Like I wasn't like that's why I want to use it. I just don't at this point. Not yet. Now, one thing I did find is Westterm doesn't play well with Zellage, which is another terminal multiplexer. I don't know about Tmux, but let's see. Oh, wait. We got something here. Index out of range. Those are our favorites. These are our favorites. We like index out of ranges. I didn't think we got an error the last time. Oh well. We got an error this time, which is good. Well, not good, but that's something to do. All right, yep, and we're hitting the app post. Beautiful. User go. 60. Wait. Why we're in the user go? What are we doing there? User controller? What are we doing here? Get user context. Oh. This did happen. Okay. So I think I understand what's going on. Get user context is going to... So when you create a new application, basically it goes and gets your... Some of the things you can do is like resource groups. So if you deploy a new app on the Null Cloud, you can deploy it under a resource group. But for me to know if it's a valid resource group, I have to go check your organization. And I do that by getting your user context. And then I get your group, resource group name, blah, 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 blah. So something is failing here. And I know we made a change to the database in this. Thanks, Mohammed. Panic, does it cause a crash? Yes. It's panicked. Like I said. All right. Did we get an error from the database? I don't see this. We got a runtime error, index out of range. Wait, what line? 62? Is that the right line? This one? Oh. This is interesting. So this has to do with our database update. We borked something in the database update because it's not finding an org for this person. So effectively, we kind of built in where you could be a part of multiple orgs if you wanted to. You know, you could have your personal account and you could have your company's account, whatever. But right now we're being really dumb and just taking the first org you have. That's the only org that you get. But the database returns multiple orgs. But this is not working. So let's new user, upsert user. We'll walk through this really quickly. I am creating a new user. And when you create a new user, it creates a shadow org for you. So the thought was kind of this. So, you know, think of it as AWS. So there's, you know, you can deploy stuff and you have resources. So the idea was when you made a new user. So when you had a new user, the idea is that you get a shadow org. So since things aren't owned by users, they're owned by organizations. If you're just a user that signs in, to keep everything simple, you get an org that's the same as your user. So let's say your user ID, your ID is something like 1, 2, 3. Your org ID would be like org 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the idea here was just to make it really simple for somebody that doesn't like want to create an organization or whatnot, but they get to use the same resource management. I'm not making 2 resource management types. I'm making, you know, this allows multiple users to use the same resource if they have, you know, an organization that they can share. Yeah. So that's what happens on new user. You create a new user, you get this shadow org that is in behind it, for better or for worse. So we take the ID, we do an update on it, we do an upsert on it, which is just an insert with conflict no do update. So then we get the last insert ID. Oh, this is it. This is the problem right here. So originally, we let our ID be the guiding ID, but that's not true anymore. It's our auths is the guiding ID. Ahaha. So that is not true. They don't get an ID at that point. We can just delete this. All right. I guess we can delete this too. All right. And then when we're creating our org, we do the owner is the user.id. Yeah. And this is where we screwed ourselves. Let's see. We go here. ID is a string now. And it's not auto increment. No. That can be. Owner ID is a string. Okay. Conflict ID do update seems risky. I don't think so. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong, but like, okay, let's say you want to update your name. You just send your, this is just your profile. You're not changing your ID or anything. Like, you can't do that. You can just update your name and email. It's your profile stuff, right? We could create an update command that would do the exact same thing. but I don't think it's risky. It could be. It could be. And if we think about it, but for what this is controlling, I don't think it is. Again, it 100% could be. I do risky stuff. Only on Twitch. And the IDs come from the JWT. That's the big thing that changed. I just lined these things up, and then the format was like, nah. We'll line these up. These don't get to be lined up. My goodness. Thank you, format. You do me dishonor. I did your job for you, and you undid it. Okay, whatever. Right, now this is actually something that was brought up in the Discord. Was instead of doing this, do we want to leave ours as an I64? Auto increment like we had, and then create some other key that's like off authentication ID. Or we could do like external key provider. Now, the thing that gets weird here is if we do this, we have an internal ID and an auth in key ID. And I don't know, at that point, anytime that we get the token, we'll have to map. We'll have to have a database call to map. I feel like I don't want to do that right now, because if we have this internal ID, which is this, and then we have a token ID, when we get that request, I guess we're hitting the database anyways, because we have to see if they own it. We have to see if they own it. So maybe that's not a big deal, but then also it feels unnecessary to me. It just feels like we're keeping two IDs to reference to the same person. And we might eventually be forced to do this. And if we're forced to do it, we'll be forced to do it. For right now, I think we're going to just say no. I think we'll just say no. And we'll keep it like this. Okay. All right. So we create this. We get success. Cool. Now we press this button. Yeah, that shouldn't have taken long. Okay. So we still failed. Let's see why. Nope, not that. This. User 62. User 62. Oh, you know what? I don't even think this recompiled, because I came in here, changed the org. And this is actually why I like having the database reset. We don't have any migrations at this point. The database is in memory. When it restarts, it gets a brand new database. We're not doing migrations right now. No migrations. Migrations are the worst. Absolute worst. I hate being slowed down by trying to do migrations for no data is the worst. We'll do migrations when we decide to have data that we want to keep. Okay, so org owner ID is now a string here. We updated this. Good. Now we can go back. Res is declared but not used. Fair. Okay. So this was the name. The name is just giving it the default. So we kind of knew that these were default things created based off of the owner's ID. Although, let's do this not with the owner's ID because that's off the token, which is a weird string. Let's do it as let's just do it off of their name. Yeah, the username. Let's call this let's just make that org the username. The same as, like, the org name is the same as the username. I'm pressing random buttons now. Okay. Wait. Cannot use user ID. Why not? User ID is not. Oh no, people, I changed it back. It's a string. I was talking about it. I must have accidentally done it. That's bad. Okay. All right. Let's see. Undefined res. Okay. Yeah. We got this. We gotcha. Do we not use it? Okay, that's fine. Awesome. All right. Wait for that to update. One thing I'd like to see, we need to look into this. I want this not... So every single time I hit W, it built. So you can see, like, in the last time where we've been editing, it built several times. So it gets to the point where I'll shut tilt off if I'm making big changes and not just little things, because it just annoys me that my computer CPU spins up and it goes, you know, all wild trying to build all the time. All right, so we have to call new user again because there is no static data. One thing that I thought about doing also for this was maybe for local deployment, we have like some fake users already loaded. I don't know. So you don't always have to call this. But whatever. All right. It failed. User 62. Ooh, we didn't even fix the problem that we were on. User 62. Ugh. So it's still not returning an org. Where the owner ID equals the user ID. This should now, right? This should. Okay. So we upset. Somebody's upset, but we upsert the user. Yeah, good call. We'll do that. Let's make it panic safe. We should. Good call. Okay, so we upsert. We update the user. Okay. If the error, we return an internal server error. Cool. Here we create a new org with the name of the user and the owner ID as the user's ID. And then we create a default use resource group for that org. We really should all do all of this in one transaction. It should all go or none of it goes. That's something to fix in the future. But I don't see any, in our new user, we didn't get any errors. Wait. Message failed to parse user ID. Is our middleware puking here? It sure appears that our middleware is puking here. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. So we get the user ID. That's correct-ish. We can get an error here. Right, so we might as well check for that while we're making things better. See right there, right there. I hit return too quick and it takes my return. Yeah, and it like auto completes. I think it's something funky to do with my setup. Anyways, it happens to me. Checking if user is new. Dirk, close your eyes. GG, go next. We'll be doing some Rust on Saturday. Ooh, okay. So, for everybody that likes to learn, the 19th of April, I think if everything lines up, and I mean, we'll do it one way or another, but I'm hoping that it works out on the 19th. I'm going to do like a really big stream all day, like 12 hours. And I'm going to have a bunch of guest speakers on to talk about topics. And I mean like technical topics, like well above the things that I can manage to do. Yeah. So I will be making clips out of it for us, like so that they'll go to my YouTube channel. So if you do miss them weeks afterwards, they'll be there. But we'll be going live too. So you'll be able to ask these people some questions too. I'll have a mod collecting questions, like real questions. I know that they'll be like conversation, and that's fine. I'll have somebody collecting stuff though. So yeah, it's going to be 12 hours. The form of it's going to be this. There's a project. I can't tell you about it. We're going to do a project in between. So I don't have 12 hours of guest speakers. I think I have like 6 hours of guest speakers. And so in the downtime in between, we have some projects. I'm doing it over 12 hours because some of the people that are guest speakers are on the other side of the world. And so this was the easiest way to do it. Yeah. Anyways. Should be fun. Should be fun. So yeah, some of it's geared towards like new people. So like some of our guest speakers are going to talk about like NoSQL databases for the people that, you know, maybe don't know how to think about them as you know, I think a lot of people think of NoSQL databases a little bit wrong. I hopefully I'm going to have somebody that's like an introduction on how to change your mindset. That's like that's like one of them. One of them, hopefully, that we have lined up is going to go into like how I think you guys will like it. I know we talked about LSM trees, and we might be able to get a conversation of how we actually outperform LSM trees and the techniques we used, like what techniques are actually actively being used to do it, like bleeding edge stuff. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Not my stuff. My stuff, nothing I do is bleeding edge. I mean, it's bleeding edge for me. I cut myself all the time, but so yeah. So anyways, like I said, I'm working to get quite a few things. We have an expert on consensus. If we don't get them all in this 12 hours, we'll do it again. I think that I got the green light to do like a once a month Friday, like hour long, have an education, like an education corner. So if I can do that, we'll basically have one of these speakers on once a month to fill in the things that we missed. So anyways, that's hopefully going to be the 19th. So hopefully I'm getting a guy from Australia to do his accent is fantastic. It's like perfect classical Australian accent. I absolutely love it. All right, what is we doing here? Cypher, you're right. If I do that, I'm probably doing that wrong. We'll jump to that. Paxos and Raft. So I think our consensus is considered, I think it's called Paxos Light or like Paxos like. Our consensus is, I don't know that we'll get to our consensus. It's such a hard topic to cover in an hour. Like really it is. You could cover it at like a really high level in an hour, but did you learn much in that? I don't know. But we will. We will get to more consensus topics for sure. And I think you're right, Cypher, that you should ignore on conflict for the org. Agreed. I will think about it though. Why is this all wrong now? Check database, get user for ID. Why does it not like this? Oh, I'm sorry. I am pressing wrong keys. Pressing wrong keys. I was trying to go to the next error and that was not working. Invalid operation error does not equal nil. Wait. This returns a bool? What the crap? No, it returns an error. What? Oh, I see. I was not getting that error. Cannot use user get user ID blah 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 user ID KB value of type error as bool value in assignment. I don't know how this makes sense. This is not making any sense to me. And this is not an error. This is it exists. Okay. It makes sense now. We shouldn't have called this error. User exists. Okay. Okay. My goodness. And then this can do that. My brain, it was not, you know, like when something simple just doesn't line up and you're just like, thank you, Cypher. Error is actually type bool, which I was reading that and I was like, no, error is not freaking type bool. I was like, it's not. See, it's right there. It's error. Stop telling me. It knew better. I should have trusted it. I should have trusted it. It's really because I'm writing in Go. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Unfortunately, and I know that I've covered this, there are parts of this that would be hard to reproduce in not Go. Very hard. All right, we still have this, but let's look if application Go 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Whoa! Oh no! What are we doing here? We're parsing an int. This is why we're getting failed to parse. Because we used to have a user ID, and we don't have a user ID anymore. Or we do have a user ID, we just don't have an int of it. Like, can we just delete that? Like, just stop delete. Like, is that our fix to this? Where's our user ID coming from? Maybe we need to just calm down on the deleting. We just need to do user ID as the string that it was born to be. We just need to use user ID like the string it was born to be and stop trying to do this to it. Okay, I can fix that. I can fix that. You know what? You have to use Go every once in a while to appreciate Rust. And I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking on that. All of us come to the conclusion of loving Rust because we've used other languages. And so it's valuable. It's actually valuable. Cannot use user ID, variable of type string as int64. Uh-oh. This... Is this a one? Oh, this is wrong. This is just wrong. This comes from the database change. I still, and I know Dirk and I completely disagree on this. I still think that Go has some merits. I still completely stand by that. I think that Rust is... It's like this. Haskell is probably a superior language in practice. If you're like white papering it out and like check marking the check marks and everything like that, Haskell's probably the most superiorist language. But there's always trade-offs with like superiority. Rust programs tend to run if they're compiled. They don't always compile. Okay, yeah, like this should have never been that. Okay, cool. maybe that does this compile now? Is it compiling? We'll see if it compiles. There's also some things that we can do. No, it's not compiling. Where is it not compiling with? Why is this wanting to use? Let's see. We're posting a new app, so we're trying to run this app. We're getting the user contacts to get the resource group. We get the resource group, and then we're trying to create a okay. Yeah, this was a dumb wording. This was dumb wording. We got to update the proto buffers. Right. We can't change those inside this application because that's how Go works, which is fantastic. All right, and we were in this one. Beautiful. This needs to be string. And while we're at it, I'm going to make breaking change because that's what I like doing. That's what I've been doing all night. And instead of customer ID, we'll just say this should be like the owning ID, which should actually be the org ID, right? Resource owner. What did I call it before? Customer. Yeah, I think it's resource owner would be. There we go. I don't like this just because it's not the same. It's now confusing as to what's the resource owner, which would be really the resource group. So we should just say resource group, right? Because that's what it's going to map to. I deleted the whole thing, but I think it should just be the resource group. Okay, cool. Now, we should go back to application. We should have errors here. No longer customer ID. This should be resource group. This should be a string. Oh, no. The resource group ID isn't a string. It's not a string, right? Because it's an I64 because we control that. Right. So like I was saying, we're going to go back here. We're going to take this back because we decided to map it to resource group. It's fine. It's completely what I meant to do. Why is it erroring up here? Unable to handle, whatever. Where were you? Right here. This should be an I-64. I-64. And by I-64, I mean int. All right. All right. Cool. This will never work. What were we doing with it? So we were just taking the user ID, making a string out of it. Yeah, that's dumb. We can just use the user ID, right? But do we want to, or do we want to use the resource group ID? Right. Okay. One more error. Get the user. Get user context. User cannot use user ID variable type I-64. Wait, why is it I-64? Oh no, we're string converting it again. We're doing work we don't need to. Yeah, I mean, I've written this fairly quickly. The entire time I've written it. It's just to prove out a concept. We're still just proving out a concept. I got sidetracked with database stuff and consensus, which took longer than it was supposed to. This is still me trying to prove out a concept. So been fairly fast. Uh-oh. Oh, we got to go update that. The container runtime, we updated its interface and we didn't update it. The thing that goes builds containers for us. Let's go see exactly where it's dying. It's dying at server.go. I picked main. I was close. Customer ID. Yeah. This is not customer ID anymore. Why are we doing a format int? Garbage. This was real garbage. So let's just delete this because we should just use the thing. Now, wherever that fails. Yeah. We're not wanting the customer here. Request dot, what did we call that with the resource group? Resource group. Yep. And we're going to call this, what? Resource group? Yeah. Wait. Resource group is an I60. I keep. Okay, we gotta go back to this and just do resource group because it is an I6. Wait, do we need it as a string? We do need it as a string. Because that's what the labels are. They're resource, they're strings. So we'll do, why am I doing? No. I was not thinking this through. We have a string. What's wrong with a string? We need an int. Why do we need an int? It is an int. Oh, but we need a string. We need a string for the labels, right? These are going to be not happy, right? I'm actually now confused as to what was wrong with this here. Not customer ID, resource group. Okay. This is an I64 and it doesn't like it. But we had this thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I got it. This is returning us a string from that because that's what okay. I got it. We still want to do this with the resource group. We just want to call this resource ID. And then we probably want to keep track of the owner too. So we should do like owner. I mean, I guess we know who owns the resource ID. So like, we don't really need that. Okay. And then this will be resource ID as the tag. Yep. I'm sorry. I was brain farting on this. Yeah, absolutely. Need to make the int a string. All right, cool. I think that should fix it. Let's see. Okay, cool. Now, when we post a new user, boom. Now, when we create a new application, internal server error. That is different. It responded, at least without crashing. It at least responded without crashing. Maybe it crashed too. It's unhappy. Whatever we want to say. It's not happy. Whoa! Oh no! My alerts must have died. Stoic Light! I'm so sorry. My Twitch alerts must have died. I restarted them at the beginning of this stream. What's up? How are you doing? What were you guys working on? Let me go reboot that again. I'm very annoyed with it. Very. A little PHP. Oh, you're going for the Lambos, I see. Working on a system for tracking video game collections and complete. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I don't know PHP. I mean, I wrote some back in college when I was a chemistry student, So I wrote some PHP to work on and this is maybe a wrong reason to use PHP, and maybe that's why I'm jaded. Also, I knew nothing about software. I just needed a thing to solve a chemistry thing. And that was that was it. And I did invent PHP. All right, so in here we have our Twitch alerts. So this is what's happening, and I don't know why, but Twitch stops talking to us, and our thing to catch it doesn't catch it. So we gotta figure that out, because that's annoying the garbage out of me. We try to catch when Twitch stops talking to us. We put a whole timer in there and everything, and yeah. Now Twitch alerts should work as soon as this comes back up. If it comes back up, because I don't like seeing that error status. I don't like seeing that error status. Ugh. Token is not authorized for use. This is another problem with our Twitch alerts. We don't handle their rejecting our token. They reject our token every once in a while, and we're supposed to do like a secret inside handshake to re-get it, and we're just like, This only happens so we can't fix this right now because I can't do it live because I would leak the token. Well, I'm sorry. That's probably why, because I restarted it to solve the one problem. This is why Twitch alerts is not working. Thank you, Sonic Light. So we're working on not Twitch alerts because they're obviously broken. We're working, I can show you the UI at this point. I'm working on making a cloud. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'm making a cloud. You can go to nullcloud.io. It's just the UI right now. The backend doesn't get deployed. We were supposed to be deploying the backend. I thought that I had a minor bug to fix. While fixing that minor bug, we've been fixing, maybe a lot of stuff. So a lot of things changed with the front end that have actually affected the back end because we changed how we managed users. And so, yeah. So, yeah. Anyways. It's not fully working yet. All right, let's try this. All right, worked. Yep. Are you guys ready to see it fail? Internal service error. Perfect. Okay, let's find out where this internally serviced errored. So I have like 3 work in progresses. This is one of them. Twitch alerts obviously is also one of them, which is obviously broken right now. And then we do a database as well in Rust. Twitch alerts and the database are in Rust. That's my favorite one to write. This is in Go, which is my less favorite one to write in. And the UI in this is in Vue, which is interesting. I'm learning Vue. All right. Failed to create container. Okay. That's fine. Okay, this might be completely this. Yeah. Okay. Error, unable to create image factory. Beautiful. Okay, so actually our API worked. Our other service croaked. So basically what this allows us to do is check this out. This is actually really, really cool. If you notice, this is just a GitHub repo. Let's actually put GitHub in there. All right. So this is just a Git repo with a test service written in Go. And the cool thing you'll see here is you'll notice there is no Docker file. There is no Docker file. And the cool thing here is that this builds all of the stuff you need to run it. And this actually works. I don't know the error that we're getting right now, except I didn't actually configure it with authentication for the container registry and stuff. So it might be complaining on that because I have to. So I kind of expected this part to fail. But basically the idea is you give it a Git repo, and if it's in Go, Rust, or JavaScript, it can just run it and expose it to the internet for you. You don't need to know about packaging, containers, or whatnot. That's the idea. So, but it be broken. Let's see. What did it fail here with? Oh, this is interesting. Image source must be of Git. It was Git, right? Huh. That's interesting. So we got so basically we actually do use a container in the backend to run it. So what we do is we have this service that builds containers based off of projects. So we'll take that it's a Go project, and it will build a Go file, Go container to run it. Did I delete something a little too happily? I might have deleted something a little too excitedly. Let's see, because this was working. We were in here. Okay. Let's actually. So this is where we get the create container request. Did we stop sending the URL, the repo URL? So this is just a little thing. We actually sanitize this because we don't want the HTTPS on there. So, in a couple of weeks, hopefully, you guys can run stuff on my home lab, which will be cool and horrible all at the same time. Cool and horrible. Can't wait. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, cool and horrible all at the same time. There is a strict no mining Bitcoin on my servers. That's a permaban. That's a permaban by mining Bitcoin. Okay. I'm almost wondering if we stopped sending the URL, because really nothing here has changed on this side. The only thing that changed was we called it resource group, and we're adding that as the label. Nothing else changed here. The other thing that won't work, like this request will never work because KPack doesn't have the required permissions because I just haven't configured them. So like I'm not expecting this to actually build the image because this just takes some configuration and tinkering. Yeah. The error happens to be here. So KPack gets upset because it wants a... I'm assuming this is KPack. Let's see. Create container line 60 in server. This right here. How is this? Maybe I've changed the lining. It can't be this. It can't be this. My understanding is that it's probably this right here. Wait. Did it say unable to create image factory? Because that would make sense. I don't see that. But I'm guessing it's in this. This is not my code here, this factory. So it wouldn't be a surprise, I guess. Let's see it actually go again. So we got it deployed again. Let's do this again. Internal server error. That's fine. Line 60. What is it talking about? What is it? What is it talking about? This is the create container, like it's got the right function. But line 60, like line 60 can't make this problem. All right, one thing that we can do really quickly though, I'm guessing that this repo URL, let's just do that really quickly. It doesn't say the words unable to create image factory though, right? I run FMT when I save though. So when I do write, part of the thing that I do is format. It does say that? Oh, okay. It is saying this? Oh, if it's saying this, then I feel much better no matter what's happening. I didn't see this. Now, I actually have issues reading. So that could have just been me and my issues reading. Come on, rebuild. You got it. Okay, so if it said that, then I'm absolutely happy. And it's just complaining because this is not going to work because it's not going to this isn't going to work. I don't think. Because it's not... the Eddington that it's going to go access, it doesn't have permissions to. Now that's kind of a weird error. Like it made it sound like name was wrong. So we'll check that name is actually getting passed in. It's up and running. All right. We'll create a new user. We'll create a new application. That all happened as we would expect. Name. Yeah, name is not getting passed in correctly. Name is not getting done right. Name is wrong. Very weird. Very weird, because like this is also printing before name is. It's on the same thread here, or should be. That's one of Go's many bright parts. Okay. Oh, it's right here. Unable to... It's right there. It's right there. I've been staring at it this entire time. It's right there. Okay, cool. At least we know where it is, and that's fine. Yeah. It's fine. Interestingly enough, just because you're in a single function here doesn't mean that it doesn't change threads in Go. Just as a thing to note. Just because this ran on one thread doesn't mean this runs on another thread. Not lying either. Unfortunately. All right. So we can get rid of this. We have a bad... you know what? Actually, I'd like to see what we're passing in now that I think about it. Make sure it's not our sanitize doing something weird to it. This was working like 6 months ago. So 6 months ago, this was working. So I feel like it must be in the other project that has had a lot of changes. But, you know, who am I to say? Okay, so when we create a new application... Oh, you know what? Dayzo. Thank you so much for your sub. That my thing is missing right now. I am so sorry. You resubbed for 14 months and you missed your thing because it's broken right now. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. You deserve better. Huge shout out to Dayzo, everyone. Awesome person. And he did not get the recognition he deserved. Because my Twitch elites... My Twitch alerts... What did I say? I don't know what I said. But my Twitch alerts are broken right now because they rejected my authentication. So I'll fix that before Saturday's stream. Thank you so much, Dayzo. All right. Did we change this at all? The Git repo? Possibly. Git repo seems like it's still there. But we can just check to see all these things. Hey, buddy. Hey. Whoa. Good boy. Not on the desk. Okay. Nope. How about say hi? There we go. Yeah, you're annoying. All right. Really quickly, we're just going to let's see. App. Yeah, we'll just print app. Let's do. We'll see what it's dragging in. And then Cypher, we need to go back and make sure that the org ID catastrophe doesn't happen. Like the accessing index 0 is handled properly. I haven't forgotten. I'm trying to dive in deep. Then we'll go back out. Dive in deep first. All right, we're deployed. New user, always. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Boom, internal service error. We kind of expected that. But let's see, app. Oh my goodness. What garbage? What have we done? All right, this is obviously not the correct way to do this. But this has worked. So this will automatically do basically, you know, in Rust, how you can print the dev version. So you can do something like this in Rust. And you can do like, that's like the debug version that like actually prints out the object structure. Go will do that. Okay, but this hasn't changed for 6 months, and this used to work as params. I didn't change any of it, did I? I mean, I probably did, because this is form and not params. And so this is probably... I probably hard-coded it. Don't go look, Cypher, because I know you're about to go look and call me out on what I did in the past. I know that you were just thinking about doing that. So, you know what? Don't do it. I'm gonna delete this one. Let's do it. Do we do it like a form? I think we probably do a form, or yeah, I think we'll just do a form and just do it like we did here. Can we switch this to form? Can we bulk switch to forms? Like, I just want to move all of these. That's not at all what I want. What are you doing? No, that didn't work. That didn't work. Can I just do this? Copy here, go to body. Can I go bulk edit here and go like this? This might work. Oh, okay. So that kind of works. That kind of works. That's not upsetting. That's not upsetting. All right. We'll just turn these off. Let's try that. Let's see. Not any better. You know what? Just to make sure that I'm not high on something, because I'm pretty sure this will work, but just in case this does not work this way at all, we'll do that. We'll just concatenate them all in one long line, just to make sure that I'm not smoking something. I think it does, but you know, I've been wrong before. I would say that I'm wrong rarely, but I tend to be wrong much more than I would prefer. Okay. Not wrong. Cool. Which I kind of was seeing because like this gives the curly braces, like it was trying to say that there was just nothing there, which is fine. Let's switch these now from to get value, right? Get wait. What was it that we used on the other one? User. All right, let's go. Come on, we got this. I only have one more hour. All right. Let's see. User upstart. User date. Wait. What were we going for? Oh, we were checking for how we handled this. Because I forget off the top of my head. Where was that? That's up here, right? Up here? No. Down. It's down. Here we go. Form value. That's what it is. Form value. First value of the name component of the query, the procedure. Oh, look at this. We should have always just been using form value. Some dum-dum 6 months ago did this. I don't know. You know, when you get code from other people, it's just never as good as what the code that you could write. Like, I'm just telling you. It's always better to write it yourself. Thanks, Cypher. Thanks for keeping whoever did that in check. All right, we're up to date. Creating our user. Here we go. Internal server error. That's fine. Oh! Why did that fail? It is sad. Stoic Light. we'll also add those too. we'll make sure we send everything. Wait. Question. No, that was the Oh, wait. Is this case sensitive? I'm just, thinking lowercase, uppercase, the you know what? I'm glad. Oh, wait, this is actually checked in. Shoot. Oh, look at that. Case sensitivity wins again. Case sensitivity for the win. All right. This is why I shouldn't stream. I should just stick to one language. Cypher, you mad? You mad get expert. I love you guys. You guys never let me get away with anything. It's painful and it's fantastic. Actually, Cypher, not lying. It's actually one of the reasons, I don't have, I've done quite a few things in my life, from writing the server. I wrote the service to manage 100,000 devices in production kitchens. I mean hundreds of thousands, not 100,000, hundreds of thousands of devices in kitchens across the globe. And I wrote the firmware for those that allowed me to update them remotely and manage them all remotely. So I have plenty of experience. And I have a resume that allows me to also show people that you don't have to have all the answers. There is a process. Now, obviously, I'm a little more free. I have more fun when streaming because I'll just do things that aren't necessarily the best all the time. Because I'm streaming, I'm having fun. We're just messing around, getting stuff done. All right, this is what I expected. The is forbidden is what I expected, because I said that I didn't configure all of the permissions and stuff for this is actually something that we need to add to my hack script. So in my hack script, we have if we go back here and go to hack and look at the start dev, this sets up the Kubernetes cluster locally, and it doesn't it basically doesn't install all the permissions needed to run kpack. So it installs kpack, but it doesn't install and configure it to actually have the permissions to push images to the repository and all that stuff. So there's some work that needs to be done on this. So kpack is what we're using to build container images inside of Kubernetes, inside of a container. Patrick Pie, thanks for the follow. I'm sorry, our Twitch alerts are broken because of a skill issue. And for that, you didn't get your AI generated message, and that's my problem. So I'm giving you a intelligent custom message apology. Thanks for the follow. We're not hosting one yet. We're not hosting one yet. The idea will be that it will be a fully self-sufficient. I would like to do auth and everything, so it's a fully self-sufficient system. I'm not doing that because, like, just yet, because I'm trying to tackle one problem at a time. So, one problem at a time. The first problem is, in the next couple of weeks, I want you guys to be able to call this with your repo that's in either Go or Rust or Python, and to have it running and exposed to the internet. That's the idea. It just pushes it to Docker Hub. I don't support private repositories yet, so like your code is public. So if you have a problem with that, you know, help me build a private repository for it. I mean, right now it only supports public repositories that it can just access. Because again, like it's not anything difficult. It's just then you have to manage access and keys to another person's thing. So now you have to have secure secrets on your cluster to manage customer keys to their environments. It's just work. But yeah, it's work. So we're just taking it one step at a time. Right now, we'll just focus on public things. And then that way I build the container, I push it to the null channel, the null channels repo, and we pull it from there. I also plan on S3 and Postgres, probably. We can talk about databases. I'm thinking Postgres is like table stakes. Everybody needs a Postgres database. Yeah, everybody needs a Postgres database. And so actually the idea is, though, guess what? If this application needed a Postgres database, my goal is that you don't have to ever, if you don't want to or are doing something special, manage a Postgres database. My goal is that at this null channel test Eddington service, if we go here, I thought we had it up. Oh, maybe it's here. All right. If you had a .env file here, maybe not a .env, but we can think about it, that had a link to a local Postgres cluster, we would automatically configure the environment to attach to a Postgres cluster and run the migrations that you have. Automatically. It would literally be true serverless, where you never have to think about, do I have a Postgres? Do I have the AMI configured? Do I have access? Do I have the secrets set up so my application has it? Have I configured my application to point to that thing? That's the whole goal, is to make it pure. Because my app wanted a Postgres database, I have a Postgres database. And my app is, the environment variables that my app was looking for are configured to point to the Postgres database. I want to do that with databases, blob storage, and machine learning, and message queues. So I want all four of those things to just be there if your app asks for them. So that's kind of, again, I'm making a video for YouTube. Hopefully it will come out April 1st, because I thought that would be a funny time to make a video talking about a real thing. Like it's kind of clickbait, because it's actually talking about a real thing on April 1st. I feel like that's kind of the clickbait, is you're expecting it to be a lie. So anyways, gonna have fun with that. But we'll talk about that in that video. We're gonna be covering just kind of where I think the internet went wrong, or the service providers went wrong. I got annoyed at the clouds. That's what spurred this entire thing. I got super annoyed at the clouds and decided to build my own. Vincey G, how are you doing? I think I pronounce your name differently every single time I pronounce it. I want to call you Vinny. But it's not Vinny. Sorry if I do say that, though. I like just do the quick glance, like the streamer glance. Oh, I'm like, Vinny G. No, Vincey G. It's probably not Vincey G either. I feel like it's Italian, and I'm just missing it. Okay. We're good, though. Let's make a commit here, though, because this is pretty solid. The last one we wanted to test, though, was getting an application. Okay. So it's working. The K-Pack isn't configured properly, yes. So we can't actually test if it's fully working. It could be fully working. We don't know. This is Schrodinger's. We don't want to know. It's a Schrodinger problem right now. And we're going to leave the cat in the bag. See? Oh, well, cool. We should start Kubernetes this Saturday, Vincey G. So we're going to do a practical Kubernetes. This is maybe a little bit more advanced. What we're doing right here with Kubernetes is maybe a little bit more advanced than you want to jump into feet first. But Saturday, 12:30ish, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be jumping into practical Kubernetes. And we're going to start learning by just doing stuff with Kubernetes. Yeah. I haven't decided whether we start with Kubernetes or we start with actual containers. I feel like I wanted to just avoid doing anything containers and assuming that you know how to build a container. But if I'm going to ask, because if a lot of people there don't know how to build a container on Saturday, we'll start with what a container is and how to build one, and building our own container. Well, if you're one of the people there and you know zero on it, we'll start with container, and we'll work our way up from the ground. So, and it might be good to do that. I debated back and forth whether we start with a container or not. Like, part of me argues it's not really Kubernetes, because it's not. But you can't really use Kubernetes if you don't use a container. So, but then where do I start? Do I also start with like Linux networking? Because you can't really use Kubernetes without Linux networking. So where does that rabbit hole stop? I don't know. Okay, well, maybe we'll start with that. We'll start with a container. If that's what people are needing, absolutely, we'll start with that. All right. Yeah, and you don't want to start with what I have here. Yeah. Cypher, if we do a container building, we'll pull in Nginx. Like that's all. And we'll configure Nginx with something. Like, that's pretty simple and easy. Probably a pretty good lesson too. Like, you don't even have to have your own stuff. Or you can just run bash in it. Like, we'll play around with some of that stuff. We'll exec into it with the Docker command line to like use bash inside the container. And we'll just experiment with some stuff like that. Yeah. 0 orgs bug. Let's actually fix that before we push this. That's a good call. Good call. Get rid of this. What do I do for work? I do things. I do things. I don't know how to explain it very well. I built this. Or parts of it. I deal with the cloud piece. But that being said, like, I probably only wrote 35% of it. I did the Kubernetes stuff. And then I hired some very smart people that did some of the other stuff. And now I lead cloudification. That's a loaded word. Monta, what's up? How are you doing? I've almost fixed everything that you could complain about with this backend. Almost fixed everything. For sure. Funny joke, Cypher. Funny joke. Uh-huh. We probably should give more context in this. I don't know. We're just gonna leave it there. Oh my goodness. What did I press? Okay. Yes, Monta. Yep. So, let's see. Do I not have Acceledraw anymore? No, I don't. I got rid of it. Let's when you sign up, when a user signs up, so we'll just say new user. All right, so when a new user signs up, there's a couple things that get created. So step one, so when you call that new user endpoint, when you say new user and you send all that information back, like their name and stuff, we create a org. And we set user as org owner. We set the org name is the same as the user ID username. And then we create a default resource group. So basically, whenever you create something, it has to be a part of a resource group. And So I also don't have an API to create a resource group. So right now, your only option is the default resource group. But in theory, you could have different resource groups for different teams or things like that, or, different applications. And, maybe we need more fine grain where we want different groups of resources, of resource groups. Like, can a resource group own another resource group? I don't know. Maybe. Not right now. Not as it exists now. But, yeah, so all of these things are done for you. Thank you so much, Akram, for the follow. Sorry, your AI generated follow message doesn't you didn't get one because it's broken. It's done broken. Can we allow only a tester org to log into dashboard? I don't know what you mean by that. Probably. Do we want to do it? I don't know, because I don't know what you mean by that. Anything's possible. Do we want to do it? Or how hard it is it? Those are the two questions you've got to ask. Okay, we want to return an error. Yeah, that's good enough. Thank you, AI. That will do. That'll do. All right, so this should solve our orgs equals 0. If there's no orgs found for the user, somehow they delete their org. We shouldn't get into this position, but if somehow we get into deleting the org, then this should fix that for us. We don't want to let everybody test for right now. Oh, you mean that we need to restrict who can sign up? You're right. So as soon as it goes public, okay, so we could do a couple things. We could do this a couple ways. One, I don't know if Clerk doesn't have a way to manage this. 1 second. I don't know if I have to sign in or not. Okay, so Clerk might have a way to deal with this. Like basically saying that we have to have a pre-approved email address or invite only. I don't know if they have an invite only. Actually, we can just Google that. Doesn't seem like it. So I think my preferred way at this point, what we need to do, probably, is this. When this is signed up, we add a field to the user. So we add a field to the user that is like, is active. That's stored in the database. And basically we set this to false by default. And we just have an admin portal that we're allowed to access to activate this. That's what we'll do, probably. That's probably the easiest thing. So, Cypher, This gets difficult. We don't leverage custom flows, right? So custom flows doesn't mean invitations are only used to invite users to your application. The application will still be available to anybody even without an invitation. That doesn't stop people from signing up. If you're looking into creating invitation-only applications, please refer to our restriction options. Oh. Okay. Clerk provides a set of restriction options designed to provide you with the enhanced control over who can gain access to your application. Who wants to join me next week where I read more documentation? Oh, sweet goodness, it's a premium feature. Sweet goodness. Maybe how much does the premium plan cost? How much does the premium? $25 a month. That's not too bad. Maybe we update to that. And much more. So we could do this. We could do the restrictions. I'll probably just do this. When we go live, I'll just do restrictions. I'll upgrade. We'll just do an allow list. I can't add it now without starting to pay for it. I don't want to start paying for it until we're live. So we'll do this last thing. The last thing we do when we're doing that stream is we'll open this up. Am I a huge fan of Clerk? I don't know. I could do this with Superbase. There's a lot of things I could do. My biggest fan is Ori. I love Ori. It's open source. You can actually go and run it. Like, yeah, you can actually just go and get the code and run it. But I didn't want to do that. Like I said, I'm trying not to boil the ocean. So we're not doing auth right now. We're not solving that problem right now. So yeah, no. Superbase though. It's this is almost a full backend though. My problem with this is it's very difficult to use just the login. It's not really designed that way. You've done it? Okay. Does it have allow lists? I'm probably not going to change at this point. I'll throw $25 at the problem. We've got Clerk working. I honestly don't mind paying $25. I'll probably just wait though until the very end. Clerk has been exceedingly nice. As far as ease of use, Clerk is probably the easiest. The reason I stopped using Ori was because probably a misunderstanding, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. And Clerk made it really easy. Actually, do I have a drawing of this? I might have a drawing because I ranted one time about it. It doesn't look like it. Okay. So the reason I stopped using Ori is because Ori uses opaque tokens. So does Clerk, by the way. They use these opaque tokens, not JWTs. Not a JWT. Now, the whole point of my thing of the null cloud is that the root thing is fully open source. So if we go to GitHub, Eddington, this is open source. And what I wanted was for this thing to be able to work for anybody. And to do that, what I wanted was, I don't care what the front end uses. This is the front end. I really don't care if it uses an opaque token, which ours does. What I wanted was, the front end is kind of my thing. Nobody's going to run the null cloud. The null cloud, I own the license for that name, like that trademark, like that's mine. But the back end, Eddington, that isn't. I mean, like, I guess maybe Eddington, like in the logo, but like the whole idea is like, I want to encourage people to also run Eddington. And so if I used an opaque token back here, this would lock me into whatever provider, whether this was Ori or if this was Clerk. And I didn't want that. So what we do right now is we get an opaque token with Clerk and we make a JWT. We use the opaque token to sign a JWT that can be verified on the back end. So we have an ingress controller, Istio, and we use Istio to basically validate that it was signed properly. Yes, so this thing here takes a JWT. 100%. Our front end doesn't use a JWT. You can't find one. Until it makes one with the opaque token. So this has actually some pretty cool things. So like one of the issues, I say quote unquote issues because like you can get around it with JWTs is they're hard to revoke. And so you can revoke these opaque tokens immediately. And the cool thing about that is if you sign a JWT that only lives for a minute, then because each request gets a new JWT signed and sent back. It has the same user ID, but it's signing a new JWT because it can have a very short-lived JWT token because it's all just happening here on the front end. Now, this allows me to keep this as an open source project that is devoid of a auth provider. Yeah, it doesn't care what auth you use. The signing of the backend, I said it happens in the front end. It doesn't actually happen in the front end. The opaque token requests Clerk to sign one for it because it has to be Clerk's sign-in key. Clerk returns it back signed, and then it sends it back. I wasn't going into the full detail of it, but my point was effectively that your backend now doesn't have to be tied to an implementation of a front end, which is what I wanted. I wanted anybody to be able to take Eddington and run it as an open source project and not have to go get Clerk. Like, I think it would be pretty dumb if you wanted to go run Eddington and it was like, oh, by the way, have fun using Clerk. So anyways, thoughts on Clerk so far? I've only ever used them for this. So far, they've been easy. I haven't been. Now, another thing in the future that I would love to do. Do I keep getting out of my? Oh, no, it's there. It's there. Another thing that I would love to do is for Eddington to have its own auth that powers the front end. But I'm not boiling that ocean right now. Not boiling that ocean right now. So I'm not doing that right now. As far as Clerk goes, it's been easy. It's been easy. If you don't want to allow or block lists, you can do a bunch for free. Like you can even do custom domains and 10,000 monthly active users. That's pretty cool. As far as like integrating, I think they were really easy to integrate with. Monta did some of that. I don't know, Monta, did it work well? It seemed to work well for what I did when I tested it out. And I tested the signing of the JWTs. Is it better than something else? Like I said, I would probably do Ori. The big issue I had with Ori was this this signing of this JWT. Technically, they support it. And if I had had a higher support plan, I could have gotten an engineer to show me how I was failing at doing it. But I could never get this to work. I spent like a week trying to get this to work. And then I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. I spent like 20 minutes with Clerk and got Clerk to sign a JWT. And at that point, I was like, I do like Ori. Ori is a really cool project because Ori provides more than just authentication. So the Ori project has a bunch of different things. And I do actually plan on using it in the future. But I didn't have the time. I only have so much time to stream. You hate its view integration? I thought its view integration was kind of cool. I thought it was slick, but I suck at view, so maybe that was me. All right, that fixed that now. Nah, they don't have an official view, but that's okay. They keep it simple. They're keeping it simple. The community supported view integrations worked fine for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did very little with them. You did a lot more, so you would have a much better opinion. All right. I think this is good though. I think this is good because we solved this. There was one other thing we had talked about solving. I know it was this. Oh, we upsert. We upsert. Right. Let's see. Upsert user. Let's think through this. So if the user is updating their name or whatnot, we don't upsert the org, but should we? We don't upsert these things, but should we? Yeah, I think this should upsert, right? That's what we're saying, is that this isn't and should. All right. Okay, so I guess honestly, I don't. Okay, so in actuality, org management should be completely away from user management. But I think every user should get an org when they sign up. So I actually don't think that org should be upserted with the they shouldn't be updated with the user. Honestly, upsert user DB shouldn't do all of this. This should be a different call, and it should just be on the new user that we also call this. So if it's a new user, we should call. That's like the real fix here. Is we need to not do it all right here. We need to break this apart. This is garbage code. Because if the user goes to update their user, they shouldn't also just fail updating the org. That would be dumb. Right? Or maybe I need to think about this. Because the next thing that I'm going to say is if they have a shadow org, we have the user here and we have a shadow org and their names are linked, should their names be forced to stay linked? Should their names be forced to stay linked? I don't know. Yeah, I kind of think that it should be upsert now. Now that I'm talking it through, I feel like it should be, because if we wanted their names should always be linked. Yeah, Monta, we do have a this isn't blocked. It was actually never blocked by the new user middleware. It was actually getting blocked by the dumb auth because the dumb auth was stupid. The dumb auth had a bug and was actually blocking it. We fixed that. Yeah, we fixed it. So you can now access this. It's working. Okay. So yeah, we do want this. We want to link them forever and always. This is good and how it should be. Should just be their email, right? Instead of name, we should just do email, right? Right, Cypher? Email is fairly unique. GitHub requires a unique email. GitHub has a unique email. You try to create a new GitHub account with an old, the same email as another one, and it won't let you. Right. So now what we're asking is, does GitHub handle this as a shadow org? Is this an org that's just a shadow org? I don't know. This is kind of what I was going over. This is kind of what I was modeling. Yeah, so yeah, that's why I think that we do want to upsert this. So if you change your unique name, or do we make them create a unique username that we verify as unique? I don't know. I need to think on this, because we could go with a unique username. Thank you so much for the follow, and I am so sorry. You deserve Roblicio. That's what I'm going to pronounce it as. I have no idea how to pronounce it. So there was my best attempt in the 10 seconds of looking at your name. You deserve a automatic generated AI note of how appreciative I am that you followed. And you didn't get it. You didn't get it because of skill issues. 3 months ago, Merrick's suffered. And my Twitch alerts are broken right now because of those skill issues. They will be fixed Saturday. Fixed Saturday. You can bet your sweet socks on it. But they are broken today, and you missed your notification. I'm so sorry. Also, feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name. Because I'm sure I destroyed it. I'm sure that I destroyed it. All right, thinking about URLs. Yeah. So for one, we have the null cloud. I was going to get a short domain for the data plane. So this is kind of control plane. At the very beginning, the control plane and data plane will be one. If we ever launch this for real, if people are really liking what we're doing and people are having fun using it, and we decide to actually launch it for real, we'll have a data plane. It's something that's short, kind of like a null cloud data plane. NCD. NCD is probably already taken, but you get the idea. We'll have something like ncd.io, and this will be the data plane, which this would then be your routes that you're talking about. So it would be like ncd.io / Okay, so I can't spell cipher. Okay, there we go. Cipher. Yeah, this is probably good. This is probably nice. Obviously, we want to be able to bring your own domain, but this would be, I was going to put your GUID, your user GUID. I was so going to like, oh, Merkswell. Merkswell, you also deserve an AI generated. You know what? Join Saturday. Saturday, you can unfollow and then refollow and get your AI generated message. It's a hack. I know it's an abusable hack, but you can do it, and you can get your generated. The thing is, I actually want you to do this. The reason I want you to do this is we store that in a database. And one of my goals is that everybody that supports, everybody that subscribes and gets an automated email, I want to put supporters up here. And I actually want to put your AI generated story here as a supporter. So I actually want you to do that because that way you're in the database. But you got to do it not today, because today it's still broken. And I'm sorry about that. It's a small cult here, Mercs. Do you want to know something fun? One of my nicknames when young was Merc. Because people struggled with my name is most people nowadays, most people in the United States call me Merrick, like Merrick, and then the other group of people that I know is from Europe and they call me Marek. And this was way too difficult for just about anyone in the United States, so they called me Merc. Just fun fact. Okay, so back to this problem. So this is probably what we want. This is probably what we want. I was thinking this in cd.io. Yeah, pretty much just GUID, which is pretty terrible. But my thought was this. If you want a pretty URL, get a domain. Like, that was literally my thought, was like, I wasn't caring, you know, if this was some GUID. That's obviously not a GUID, but you know, you get the idea. I'm just typing stuff. And if you wanted to be pretty, get a domain. But maybe we can kill two birds with one stone and make it semi-nice. I like this. I like this. It does mean that everyone has to have a unique name, which poses some problems. I'm not going to respond tonight. I don't know. I like the GUID because the GUID makes it easy. You can have... So the pros of the GUID are this. This forces everybody to have the requirements, what happens is you're making a technical decision that has a user impact. This forces... Okay, so we have, hopefully, on April 19th, a really big stream with a lot of education. One of the things there that we're going to talk about is database. This one I absolutely love, because one of the things I harp about with learning is that when we need to understand the requirements of our application so that we can program a solution. And we're going to actually be talking about how to do like high availability and the trade-offs that are made with different techniques of achieving the high availability. And it's going to be a super cool talk. But anyways, this forces usernames, usernames to be unique. Unique. I don't know how to spell unique, just unique. It forces them to be unique. If instead we went with the ncd.io GUID app, everybody could have the same username if they wanted. But the user experience is not as nice. Now, I'm gonna actually have to think. I can't make a decision right now. And you know, like, we're gonna put this into beta hopefully in the next few weeks on my machine. But like, when it's on my machine in beta, like not beta, super pre-alpha, not beta. There's no guaranteed anything stays running. And so we could make the change even then. So we're not perfectly locked in right yet. But there is a point of no return at some point. Okay, so what would you guys prefer? I feel like everyone prefers this until you're a business and your name is taken. And that sucks. Kind of like crates.io and squatting, yeah. I feel like UUID is probably good, unfortunately. It deviates from the GitHub approach. You know, GitHub approach, I don't know. I like it. I should make it an upsell. I like how you think, Dirk. I like how you think. I like how you think. Yes. Yes. You guys are a fantastic community. I'll be upselling you guys anyways. Actually, though, I don't know. I feel like it's a dumb upsell. I feel like it's a dumb upsell because, like, I feel like it's the individuals that will really care, and then like, you know, your indie hackers that are like, I won't have a free plan. I mean, you guys will maybe probably get it free on my dev thing, but if I ever put it in production, I don't have any, if people want it in production and they're liking it and using it, I won't have the money because, like, it will all cost, and I'm not venture capitalist backed. So I won't have a free plan. Sorry. Dash those hopes right now. If I'm paying to host it. Well, so I feel like the people that are paying $5 a month that just want to host their little projects here and there would be the ones that would like to have their URL like this. And then I feel like companies would be ticked if somebody was squatting on their name, but they don't actually care about their name because they're going to bring their own URL to their apps, which I feel is weird. Like, they're not actually going to care to have nullcloud.io / you know, not the null channel, but whatever their name is. They're not going to care, except if somebody's squatting on theirs. That's weird. It's like the allow list from Clerk. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Let's make this pull request. We got this. We got this. We were done with this. Oh, you know, no, shoot. We were thinking about whether it should upsert or not. I'm going to leave it as an upsert, but I think the thing is, I don't know at this point. I like both ways. I'm actually toying with the idea of an upsell, only not because it costs me money, because it doesn't cost me money, and maybe this would make people mad, but make it like a cheap upsell, like $1. Like, make it $1, because that way people just don't squat on them. Like, just as if you want your username, great. Pay $1 or $5 or something. Like, whatever is the pain limit where people won't just squat on them. Microtrans. We could do it in NFTs, okay? We won't do microtransactions, please. Not gambling. Okay, I was joking before you guys all get mad. I was joking. I was not actually meaning to use NFTs. That was a joke. Before you get mad or give me all your money. Like, I feel like it's one or the other with some of these technologies. It feels like either you say it and they're either giving you all your money, their money, or they're angry, like very angry. The cloud with hats. You can get like hats on your user profiles with microtransactions. So dumb. So dumb. And I love it just because I love it. I think I do love that. for no good reason other than like it exists as a thing. We'll have to build some social into it. Some actually, that would be really cool. Just an idea that I had while I was thinking about that, because I was thinking, what social aspects are there of a cloud? And then I was thinking, like, let's say I make this API. I make some API. Wouldn't it be cool if I could put this on a public marketplace? This API that does something. I make some API that does something. What if we could put this in a marketplace? And let's say the person that makes it could, like, just easily in the UI say, it's 1 cent per call, or per 1,000 calls. And you could just, inside of the null cloud, leverage this as a service without, like, making another account. Not that you just want to trust some random dude, but, like, yeah, what if it's just a fun little personal project and it's a penny per 1,000 calls? And both of you have to do basically nothing for this to happen. And you could have a marketplace. And then you could use your hats and you could show off your hats. This entire idea came out of trying to have a reason to show off this guy's hat. And now this makes sense. I like it. You know what? The best ideas come around midnight. Yeah. And that way you know which people in the marketplace to really trust by the level of hat they've bought. You know, the higher level hat, definitely less shady. It's just fact. You can trust those people. Oh yeah, you gotta be paid to verify. I mean, there would be some if we did something like this marketplace, there would have to be some sort of verification. Like, there's no way I just let people post random stuff to, you know, part of it would be very tame, because, like, if this is like get the current weather at a zip and you pass a zip in, it's very hard for them to be malicious with it unless they just pass bad data back, which I suppose they could. But it's not like they'd have any access to your account in any way. Yeah, they're not running anything in your account. It's just their account doing something. They posted a ChatGPT endpoint that you can ask questions, and yeah, whatever. So yeah, I don't know, but there would have to be some verification process. I don't know what it is. Something. All right, and then as this goes, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna think on this. I'm gonna think about it. I actually kind of like the $5 by your username, unique name. Just as a way to, I like the idea. I like how Google has this. Or not Google, but GitHub has this, where, you know, I have the null channel, and, you know, if you know nothing else, you can find your way to the null channel. And, like, dude, would it be even better? What would be even better is if you went to the root here, you got a swagger of all the exposed API endpoints. Like, that would be super freaking awesome. Like, let's say you had 10 services, and, like, it just condensed all of the APIs right here for your thing. So I actually like this idea. I just do think that you get into this weird place in case somebody has taken your thing. But maybe we solve that. I'm gonna think on this. Cypher, there's VIPs. You and Dirk are definitely VIPs. VIPs get free names. That's how it goes. With moderation. Oh gosh, how many things did we fix? I should have made this different commits. This was my bad. I was so focused today on this. I didn't realize how much. Okay, we didn't write this much. This is mostly proto buffers getting regenerated. I was gonna say I did not write that much code tonight. These were all proto buffers. And this was all proto buffers. So really it was just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7 files. That is still too much. Still too much, but it's not as bad as it looks. Let's see. What did we do? We fixed. I mean, we basically just fixed new user and new application calls. Fixed new user and new application API calls because they were broken. You can also get reset. That's okay, Dirk. Thank you for letting me know. I could do like get reset hard. Yeah. The problem is I can't, the changes are intermingled. So there was changes to the user and the models that flowed into the application. And then there was changes to the application just for the new application updates. So unfortunately, they were kind of intermingled. I could unintermingle them, but this is an early stage. I think it's fine. I could spend the next half an hour, 45 minutes on a... And then the other thing is like the gRPC, you change the gRPC, that changed not only the server, but also the user. So that one intermingled as well. It's very difficult. Get restore staged? I've never used get restore stage. What does that do? I thought you were trolling me. I always just do get reset hard. Not even joking. It's like get reset hard. Just go. Get it out of here. I'll have to look up get reset stage. I live high risk. I live high risk. What is this? What is this? Get restore staged. So this is doing a couple of things. Restore specifies path in the working tree with some contents from a restore source. If a path is tracked but does not exist in the restore source, it will be removed to match the source. Command can also be used to restore the content in the index with staged. Command can also be used to restore the content in the index with stage, or restore both the working tree and the index with stage working tree. By default, if stage is given, the contents are restored from head, otherwise from the index. Use sort. Okay, so you can patch. I will have to. I don't inherently get the difference. I'm gonna have to think on this. It's 1 a.m. for me, so 1 a.m. is not the time where I get the subtle differences in Git's things. So I'm not gonna try. We'll do that again some other time. Let's protect this branch. Why isn't our main branch? I guess there's only like 3 people that can commit to it. Nah, I'll do that later. Whatever. That's fine. All right, let's just make this pull request. I'm just shipping it. I actually want to take up this Git conversation again. Because I feel like I use Git in a very Hammer-esque way. Like, I can do just about anything anybody else can do, but I do it with 5 of the commands. And there's probably like lots cleaner ways to do that. Instead of, you know, my less than finessed way. Let me put it that way. You know, I just never had to learn it more. And so like that's probably my bad. Then I've always just made do. I did push it. It's here. This is the stuff we did. Instead of from and get, we did from value because that does everything. So that's good. Good. Oh gosh. I left this in there. Dang it. I don't like that. So like I've left too many of these things in there. And I'm getting annoyed with myself because like I'm having fun on stream and I'm leaving crap in there like that, and it's like whatever, it's not actually a big deal. But my code on stream has been kind of crappy. I feel like my code quality while streaming has just not been great. Yeah, it's stuff like this that I've left in because I've just been streaming, and then I don't go back through and review my own code because it's like I get to the end of streaming and I'm like, hey, yay, I got something working, and then I just commit it because I'm done and moving on. But like this project is probably getting further along than I should be doing that. So one second, I'm gonna actually clean this up just a little bit. What was I going to clean up? Oh, 120. And I mean, like, there's actually bigger problems than just that. My code is worse than just that. It's worse than just that, but, you know. Dude, that cat is... He would not... So he is 18 pounds. This cat is a huge cat. This cat could beat up most cats and most dogs, probably, if it put its mind to it. It is the sweetest thing. He gets scared by birds flying at the windows. I try to get him to go outside. Cannot get the stupid cat to go outside because it's way too scary out there. And all he wants to do while I'm working is like get up on my lap and like be snuggled because that's how he feels safe. I'm his like safety human. He is the sweetest cat. Absolutely. I could show you pictures. If my kids are sick, he'll go and like snuggle with them. He's like trying to comfort them, being the big protective cat that he is. But my goodness, he just needs to like go outside, touch grass, like literally. All right, this looks fine. Looks good. Looks good. None of you guys are super bad backseaters. And by that, I mean, there are some backseaters which will try to take you down like a random tangent. So I've had some that will, yeah. And I'm getting better at detecting those because I'm a person who loves to learn something new. So if somebody comes on and says, oh, I don't know, static analysis has a huge overhead and your applications are slow because of it. I don't know. I just made up something. But I immediately am interested because I'm like, oh, maybe they are thinking of something that I've never thought of. And, you know, like maybe it's not 100% true, but maybe there's a side of it that is something I haven't thought about. And I like to go down that. But it, okay, so this is good because we took out the conversion. So there is no more error. Good, good, good. We did actually do some cleanup work here. But also there are some people that are just backseating like that, which is the worst. Because they just derail everything. And then you're like, I don't even have any new information from this. You and Dirk and the lot usually have a lot of things to think about that are good. And so I like that. I do sometimes be like, yes, that's probably good, but no, we're not going to do that. Because, you know, time or whatnot. Like the Git thing. I actually want to talk about this more. Not right now. I love this. And I think it's fine. I'm not gonna condemn anybody that has learned the 5 basic Git commands and have leveraged that their entire career, because that's me. And I think it's just fine. I think you can do it. I have never felt like my lack of knowing more Git commands has kept me from, you know, sometimes maybe I'm slower, but I've never felt that way. But I do think I would like to if I had the time or people were recommending them. So I think it's good. I'm just not going to do that one today. Not today. Okay, these are all the protobuffers generation. This was really too much for one PR. I don't think about making multiple PR or multiple commits in a single stream. That's another thing. Like a lot of times when I'm like, if I was to work, I would be working on a problem. It's a little different when you're streaming. It's also a little different when it's an early stage project where a lot is changing. Okay, so this is our new error check if there's no orgs. That's good. We still need to decide on that. I'm actually thinking I'm leaning towards $1 a month for anybody that's not a VP of the channel. VIP, not a VP. You can be a VP of the channel. That's fine. You want to be a vice president of the null of the null channel? You can be a vice president. I'll sell it to you for $5 a month. Oh. You don't want to be a vice president of a very, very lucrative YouTube channel? It's a shame. I make at least $5 a month. Sometimes 6 or 7. Okay, so we got rid of this. This was good because we tied the username to the org name. This is what we don't know if we're upserting or not. And I'm leaving it as is. I mean, I did an upsert here so that they're tied together. This kind of follows the GitHub model, but maybe we don't want this. This is what we're thinking on. This is what we're thinking on. we be thinking? So I thought about turning ads off on my YouTube channel because like they don't really make me any money anyways. But do you want to know the really dumb thing about YouTube? Because, and like this actually makes sense. This makes sense. If there's not ads, YouTube doesn't make money off of it, right? And if YouTube doesn't make money off of it, guess what they don't do? They actually don't promote it at all. It's basically an unlisted video. Like you can find it if you click on the person's thing, but it will never. I've tested this several times with different videos that I've released. They will do categorically worse if I release them without ads. And like part of my goal is for people to see the things. So I dislike it. I understand it though. Like it's not asinine or stupid. It is what it is. But it's why I haven't removed ads from my videos. I just have them turned down like to the minimum. Like I don't put like it's just like, yeah, they're just turned down. So hopefully you guys only get like skippable stuff. Like, but it makes sense. If they have to serve, like if I made a viral video and they had to serve it 1 million times with no ads, it would cost them a lot of money, right? So I kind of get it. They don't really want it to be viral. I don't know if this is the canonical way to do this in Go. I've actually really only written gRPC services in Go. This felt a little gross to me, but it might be fine. These were all just proto buffers, right? Yeah. Okay, so a quick poll here. Quick poll. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. If I know how to do poll here. Okay, yeah, manage poll. Okay, new poll. Question: do you check in generated code? Yes. No, I'm not sure. Don't do the last one. Sorry, YouTube. This is a you know, you're more than welcome, YouTube, to vote in chat on what you do. This is a Twitch poll. I know, Dirk. I know. That's like I can actually argue it both ways. I can literally argue it both ways. Oh, do macro count? No, macros don't. Ooh, no, they're not quite the same as oh, that hurts me. I'm not talking about macros here. We're not talking about macros here. Nope, not talking about macros here. Because obviously macros... Oh, interesting. I said obviously. No, I'm not talking about AI generated code. I'm talking about like protobuffers. So protobuffers generates all this code for you, right? Which, I mean, in this case, didn't really change a whole lot, which is super dumb. This one changed. Or not this one. Let's see. We can find the one that we changed one. We changed one. This one changed. Okay. So obviously this one changed some. But this is Go code that was generated by a script. Do you check it in or not? Hand generated. You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. Hand generated. All right. Customer resource. All right. Let's see the result. Everybody checks in. No. Okay. So we got 1 yes, 1 no, 1 I'm not sure. All right. 3 yes, 1 no, 1 I can just show this. My goodness. I don't know why I'm not showing this. I can just. There we go. There's our results. Okay. I actually don't know. I don't know if there's a right answer. Like, so for proto buffers here, to check them in or not, I generally check them in, and this is like what my teams have always held to, is this is the code that is compiled in that release binary. You know, what if you could get a different output by a different Protalk version? Now, I'm not saying you can, and you shouldn't be able to, because it is backwards compatible, but what if you could, in theory? So we've always taken to that we check it in. There was a team that I worked adjacent to at SUSE that did not. Their idea was that the proto buffer files were the code they wrote, and the thing that generated off of it wasn't. Cypher, 3 people are wrong. So you don't check in your generated code? Now, like I said, this was a hypothetical. I wasn't saying that Protalk does that, but... Oh, sure, Cypher. And let me be clear. There's always edge cases. And this is why, like, there's the meme of the senior engineer that says it depends, is because it literally always depends. And if you can't see that, then you haven't become a senior engineer. But like, it almost always literally depends on a bunch of things. And so just asking an open-ended question like, do you check this in? You can literally say it depends. And I mean, that's valid. Now, when I ask things like this on Twitch, I mean the majority of cases. I don't mean like the edge case. I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm looking for, in general, what would I do? All right, we updated this to the resource group. That's good. We kept the customer ID, or we removed the customer ID altogether because we can map from resource group to customer ID. Okay, this is looking fine. All right, let's move this. Should I request it from myself? I'll let somebody else. Monta can review this if you want. If tomorrow morning it's not reviewed, I'm merging it. It'll be good. In Rust, lock files should only be checked in for bins. Okay. I haven't thought about this. So, like, I've never actually written production Rust. I've only written Rust on stream. So, yeah, I haven't thought about that. So, I probably don't do the best practice there. I'm assuming that's the recommendation. I'm just trying to think it through. I like hashes, Dirk. I do too. I don't know what we're talking about with hashes, but I do like hashes. I like hash browns. I like hash trees. I like hashes a lot of ways. There's a lot of really good hashes. Hash tables. Hashing algorithms. I can just go on. And when I say that it depends, there is probably a right and wrong answer for the thing that you're talking about. But the thing that you're talking about, do you actually understand? This is where AIs are so far off from real engineers, is actually understanding the nuances of everything that's going into it. And more importantly, asking the right questions to get to the nuances of those things. It's very difficult to do. It's very hard to do. Very hard to do well. Deterministic builds. You know what's really funny? We all talk about deterministic builds, and they're so difficult to do right and do well. There's so many ways they can just not be deterministic. Like I was talking about actually checking in the generated code so that it was more deterministic. It was more set in stone exactly. This is the code that was generated, and this is what was going to be compiled in to the final thing. But there's so much more that goes into that. You know, on Eddington, I think somebody brought it up, but I didn't respond to about vendored. I'm not vendoring, but if you wanted to do deterministic builds, I think you would have to. Absolutely. Like you'd have to just check in all the code that was used to compile. But it's such a big problem. And, you know, like I skirt some of it with a very new project like Eddington because like, I don't care right now. Like it's not in a position that I care. Eventually we could care if people are loving it and I want to actually provide it as a service to people, like actually pay, you know, it will probably cost a couple $100s to run per month. If I run it for real somewhere. And if I want to do that, like that's fine, but I'll start to care about those things. Right now, I don't really care if tomorrow we find it's broken. It doesn't affect anybody. But there's a point where you start to care. Like, can I make a reproducible build and know what it is? This is where Nix really comes in, and Nix is pretty cool. I actually think that Nix is, and this is me not having used it, but just knowing and reading about it. I think that Nix is probably like the enterprise Linux. Like, really, forget SUSE, forget Red Hat. I think a system like that is what enterprise, not desktop. Let's be clear. I think it's a terrible desktop. Probably. It just seems like it would be terrible. Oh, Cypher. That makes sense. Agree. However, the point of not checking in the lock files for libs is because the actual consumer building the bin should be doing the locking. That makes complete sense. I wasn't thinking it through, but that makes sense. Cypher, I've never actually gotten fully into Nix. I've read about it, and like reading it, it makes sense. Dragonblade, you use Nix as a daily driver? Really? That's impressive. That's like more impressive than saying you use Arch. I use Arch, by the way. I do think that's impressive. I also think, so whether we're talking desktop or not, and maybe you can get good enough at it to make a fine desktop. My point was, I do think like as far as like enterprise, you wanting reproducible builds and understanding the state of your infrastructure and whatnot, Nix or Nix-like derivatives are really cool at trying to do the reproducible builds. It's a very difficult problem though. So at SUSE, Go was probably, so SUSE was very big on reproducible builds, and they have this thing called OBS, the Open Build Service, or IBS for the internal Open Build Service. Very weird. Anyways, so to make reproducible Go builds, or reproducible enough, so all builds at SUSE actually have to happen offline. There can be no online connectivity. That's one of their forcing functions for reproducible builds, is you cannot be connected to the internet. Like when the build machine goes to build, it disconnects from the internet and then builds. I think that's a really cool concept because it forced us to understand what was pulling what from the internet and where, because there's so many tools that you don't realize, and it's actually really hard. It's actually really hard. The next build context is offline? Yeah. That's cool. So wait. You're saying that Nix is slow? Like, you're saying the distro is slow? Isn't that just a bad distro? Shouldn't you be able to just use Nix to make a better distro? Maybe I'm not understanding. Oh, the Nix language is slow. Okay. I think that's fine because you're just building your system image off of it, right? Have I seen Reddit? Oh, Redis. Yeah. I streamed too late tonight. I was actually going to do an emergency news section tomorrow. Maybe I try to squeeze in one at lunch. Maybe I can do a lunch. Ooh, actually, noon my time. That might actually work really well. Maybe I'll do a lunch emergency news section. Because that is my time, like 1:23 a.m. So I'm not doing it in the morning. So was gonna do an emergency news stream on it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow at lunch, 12 noon Eastern. Yeah. Imagine if that becomes more, So this is a topic that I've talked about quite a bit, and that is that open source isn't a business model. Open source is a distribution model. And I think that many companies, now I'm gonna, you know what, and like, this is me being super biased. I'm super biased. I work for a company called Aerospike. Aerospike makes what I believe is a fantastic database. Absolutely fantastic database because it's made by smarter people than me. I do their cloud stuff. But Aerospike is a fantastic database. And Aerospike is just a better... Aerospike can do what Redis doesn't all in memory with memory and disk, meaning you can use cheaper servers to achieve the same scale that you can with Redis using all in memory. So Redis isn't that special. But take it for a grain of salt. I'm biased. Take it for a grain of salt. But there's alternatives. Aerospike is an alternative. If you're looking for an alternative, Aerospike, and there is an open source, there's a open source and it's like core, the core database. There's obviously enterprisey stuff if you're wanting for the open source that's not open source, but I think that this is something that Redis and a lot of the other companies didn't really plan on, is that open source isn't a business model. Think Postgres. Postgres has survived for how long? When was it originally created? I actually don't know that. 1996, 1986. This thing was made before I was born. This thing was made well before I was born, and it is living well today. And it's never had a issue. Okay? I actually have a list of alternatives, some that are pure open source for Redis. Some that are pure open source, so I'll get into those tomorrow. And maybe I'll do this rant tomorrow too. It's late. I do have a list of open source alternatives for you guys. Some that are pure open source. Aerospike is not a pure open source, it's just an open core. Nobody's asked me to say anything. I do like what I work on. So I got completely off of what chat was talking about. You guys are still on Nix. You guys are still on Nix. Oh, you guys are still on, that's fine. You guys keep talking about Nix. Oh. We're completely different topics here, but anyways, I just think that companies like Redis too often conflated business model with distribution model. No, you're good. Keep chatting. You're more than welcome to keep chatting about it. I love that. That's awesome that you guys are having that awesome of a conversation on Nix. I'm excited about it because you guys are gonna have to teach me how to do Nix because we're gonna learn it at some point. Maybe not this year. This year is pretty full, but it's on my list because, like I said, I think it could be like the enterprise Linux way. Yeah. So Red Hat and SUSE are ones that skirt the line. So I worked for SUSE for a little while. And SUSE does a better job than Red Hat does. And Red Hat or SUSE's business model is not selling you code. It's selling you support. When you buy SUSE stuff, you buy support for SUSE stuff. So I think that SUSE does a better job. They lost their way a little bit with 2020, around the time I left, 2020. They were struggling a little bit because they were getting bought by that investment group. And they got bought by an investment group from Micro Focus. SUSE has this weird thing. They've been owned by 100 different companies at this point. But anyways, they were owned by Micro Focus. They got bought by a private equity firm that kind of made them lose their way a little bit. But I think they're back on track, honestly. I'm not as involved anymore with any of that, but I think they're getting back on track. So they do a better job where their goal is to sell you support for the software that is open source. So their distribution is open source. Their business model is support. So that's pretty good. Red Hat dances across this line. Red Hat does both. There is stuff that Red Hat contributes to that is pure open source. You want to know a large contributor to Kubernetes, making Kubernetes better, is Red Hat. They are active there. You want to know a large contributor to those types of things. Red Hat does a lot of that stuff, but they also have stuff that they sell that isn't just a service. So they dance around that line much more. Or they dance over that line, let's say, a lot more than SUSE does. Where they have stuff like OpenShift, which isn't really OpenShift isn't really an open source project. They contribute to Kubernetes, and you can use that. But if you want to use OpenShift, it's not really open source. So OpenShift is not. And I mean, then they're also not using open source as a business model, because it's interesting, because like the open source part is Kubernetes. OpenShift is their management of it, which isn't open source. So yeah, I don't know. Red Hat's kind of all over the place, because they also do like Keycloak, where they'll sell you support for Keycloak, but they don't have like a management portal on top of it. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. That's all I'm gonna say. I hate hate is a strong word, probably well deserved. I hate Red Hat, the OS, as well. UBI, don't get me started on UBI. UBI images are the worst. And then don't get me started on, oh, you want to be on the OpenShift marketplace? You have to use freaking UBI images. They're container images. Why does it matter? It's Red Hat. It's Red Hat. Yeah. All of these opinions are my own, of course. Of course. If you're not mistaken, Red Hat influenced the creation of deployments in Kubernetes. Dude, Red Hat has been involved in Kubernetes a lot, so that would not surprise me if there was that change from the deployment config to deployment with the replica sets. I don't know that part, but that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. You take it that RPMs are pretty jank, but that's heresy. What did I say that was heresy? I probably said something that's heresy. And RPMs are better than Debs. RPMs are better than Debs. Oh gosh. Secondhand info. What secondhand info did I have? Oh, I misread the word. Hearsay. Oh, I got it. You're saying that the Red Hat influenced the creation of deployments? Okay, like I said, I have no idea about that. I do know that Red Hat, if you go to Kubernetes contributors, Red Hat is in the top 20. Let's see, right? Yeah, right there. Like Red Hat is right up there. So like Red Hat has, and this is where like my Red Hat is an interesting one, because a lot of people will point to something like OpenShift where it's not open source and be like, you're not an open source company. But then you look at something like this, for how small of a company they are and the amount of contributions they give, they pull well above their weight of like VMware and Microsoft and whatnot. So I don't think that's truly fair to say of them either. And then their business model seems different with each product. Like OpenShift, they contribute to Kubernetes and they kind of sell OpenShift. And then but if you're talking about Keycloak, they kind of just sell support. So it's very interesting. Red Hat is very interesting. I don't love everything that they do, but they're definitely a interesting case. They're on the list twice. Where are they? A Red Hat here. They are on the list twice. That's how much they contribute. There's Red Hat with and without a period. That's hilarious. You know that this is from, you know how they collect all this is from your name? And when you register for the CNCF, you have to like put in the company you work with. And I bet you there's people that signed up without the period. It's very... It's very hard. When you're a company of that size, one, it's very easy to make missteps. And they made some bad missteps that they shouldn't have made. Like that's an easy one. Like Unity. Unity made mistakes that just should never have been mistakes. Like they just shouldn't have ever been made. But they've also done some really good stuff for the community. They have fantastic docs. Maybe not as good as Arch. Arch has some pretty fantastic docs, but they have some pretty fantastic docs. They do support a ton of open source projects with engineering time. So not all of the hate that they get is as deserved as I think it as you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's a big picture to see. They do a lot of stuff like this. SSDs. Oh, good point. You want to know another one? GPUs. Because Red Hat exists, we have better GPU support on Linux. Yeah. Anyways, like I said, it's late for me. I might stream lunch because we're going to talk about Redis because that is a thing that I put on the news, but I needed to do an emergency news session. We might do it tomorrow at lunch. All right, let me find a person to raid. Thanks, guys, for coming out and chatting. We didn't actually work on any GitOps. Who's a good raid? What are we looking for? This day of time is a little bit difficult. Togglebit, I can't raid Museum. I can't raid them. I would raid. I don't know how to pronounce their name. Toggle, are you going live? Do you want me to raid you? Quantum Apprentice? I actually follow Quantum Apprentice. I can't raid Toggle. He's not streaming. We'll raid Quantum Apprentice. Hopefully, if he's chill, learning, that's a good one. I'm sorry. Wait, are you blaming me for you're not streaming? That hurts. That hurts. Okay. I probably deserve it. I'm sorry, everybody, that we're missing a Toggle stream because of me. All right. Go tell Quantum Apprentice that he should be using Rust instead of this stuff that he's using. Don't tell him that. Tell him hi. Thanks, everybody. See you guys later.
What? Raid Merrick counts. Nice to meet you, I think. Merrick counts. Shout you out for a sec. Let me see if I'm following you. Learning something new. GitOps Backend Edition. Cool. Oh, I'm already following you. I'm sorry. Oh, hey. Nice to see you. Thank you for the raid, man.